Bruce, how about if you eat the food? Eat your food, Bruce. And I tell you, every bit of technology, every bit of everything is 1 second behind all day, and it is. We'll go with the nice word, annoying. Okay, so that's up. Um, okay. Oh yeah, these. So that's aluminum. Let's put that in there. So on my way out to the thrift stores in Avon, stopped at two thrift stores, a little out of route how I usually do, but some steel tent spikes. So I was like a half a block from Good Neighbor, and that'll be for steel. And I see, you can't see them right here, but like an oxygen tank, that's steel. The rest of the stuff should be aluminum. And a couple of aluminum canes sit on the curb. So I turn around, go back, pull in the driveway, load that stuff up, and I go, hello, hello. And some guys down in the garage is like, and I explained a few things, and he said, well, whatever is in here that you want to take it, because if it doesn't get taken, that gets thrown on the trailer and tossed out. So I was there for about an hour talking to the guy. Get some things to make my car smell better from that house or from the garage. And dude, I got this thing here and that whole bin, this, and you might be able to see this vise. I got this vise that he said all you got to do is help me get it off of that workbench, and he can have the vise. And if you can help me with that, I was like, cool, no problem. I didn't want the vise because I thought it was bolted in. It wasn't. It was only nailed in with nails like this long. And he had a crowbar for like removing tile and stuff like that, and the little strip bars in the house. Like, I know I saw a crowbar. He was like, hold on. Went and got the crowbar, and a couple minutes later, I yanked that thing out. So I have a free vise. And I got a nice piece of, it's not I-beam. It's like a half of an I-beam of steel like this outside. And I could probably find the correct size bolts, put that on. And if I need a vise, I can at least start by getting it on some sort of something like that. So I have a vise. Oh, speaking of gloves, I also found some size small biking gloves, but where the padding's supposed to be is where it is. It's not the best, but I got some gloves for a couple bucks. So now, what I'm going to do is separate some of this stuff out. Well, not really separate, kind of tear some of it down. And I got this bin, this blue bin down here. A couple other things from the guy. But first, I must take care of head. some of these things should just be able to pop it right open. That and that should just pull right out. You got brass. A handful of these, can't do much with those. Yeah, this one looks like you should be able to pop that out. Some real old toggle switch things with screws on it, makes that real easy. But this is just going to be insulated wire. So I got a bunch of stuff, and I also got a an Onkyo Integra like 2086 or 2056 cassette player at the VOA, the same place where I got that Lady Gaga set a while ago. The VOA up there in like Ridgeville or whatever that area is called for $25. It, like some of the other stuff, parts not working is like $300-400. It plugs in, it lights up. That's as far as I got with it. That'll be insulated. And it's a 3-head, so it's kind of my thing. Is I will, like with a lot of people, you know, they'll get stuff and they'll update their thing and they'll sell what they updated. Except for I get this stuff, you know, at thrift stores for cheaper. Well, things, all kinds of things, the fuses. I gotta take that stuff out. This, I believe, is a brass, cast brass. It's heavy. I don't think it'd be zinc and aluminum. Figure that one out later. Bunch of little fuses, steel. I need one of these. So I just empty all this out and get the trash. And if you happen to pop in, and if you're from the reseller crowd, eBay crowd, I will still make eBay videos. I was watching another channel, I forget what it is. He apparently, I believe he's local to here as well. And forget the name of it. I subscribed, real small channel. And he said something about putting your neodymium magnet on a chain and tying it to something so you don't lose it. So you always have one. So now I think I have a small chain. Okay, so are all of these? So far they're hooking like it. Nope, that one likely be copper. That's why I grabbed them. How many there are of it? Like this one here, copper. These were old, I don't know, pins for something. Hook pins for something. Like drapery, maybe. Ah, good. These are brass. If they were aluminum, they'd been a lot easier. But let me find out for sure and just scratch the surface. I should probably just cut it. If there's aluminum, it cut real easy. If it's brass, it's going to have a little more toughness to it. And, yeah, those are brass. I got probably 50 of those. That's a win. Free stuff. All free. I mean, I spent an hour there going through and helping them kind of clean out so I can get more stuff. There were like 6 surge strips. I was like, no, I'm going to keep those. Like, help yourself. I'll take whatever you don't want. I'm not going to be picky. But I'm just pointing stuff out. About to blow a 50 amp fuse. So we go to Rolling Stones. Yeah, that's how safe they made that stuff back then. Shocking that people die from electricity. careful with the stuff. If it's live electricity, a quarter of an amp or 250 milliamp is enough to make it. That's it. That's why you never hear stories about electricians that shock themselves too much. They either got lucky each time, it wasn't enough, or they're not around to tell you the story. But if you're here from my reselling, I'll get to that. I'll kind of talk about some of that in a bit, if you want, whomever. I just saw 4 people here. There's four on that, 3 on here, 4 on here, 5 on there now. But I gave traded numbers. He doesn't buy a lot of houses, but he does. And that's steel anyhow. Trash. These ones aren't difficult. Take apart. Because I've done a bunch of these the past couple days. A bunch of them. Let's get your little angled needle nose. Get in there, get that. There, that's brass. And I don't know how these, I don't see that one comes out. And you find there's like little cuts in here. Maybe not on this one. So I found a bigger piece of the paper. Push your needle nose in there. Kind of pull that paper. There you go, brass. And all this, since there's no wire attached to that right now, all this, I have a whole other container out there filled with that stuff. I'll go out there and dig that out sometime. All right, so the main thing is I can't do much with these things. I wish I could get all that brass out of it, but I threw all the cable ends I already had, the female parts. Those are trash. That's how babies are made. I can't get it. Can't get to them. You'd have to cut it open. To me, the amount of time, amount of effort and energy to, I mean, if I had a fire pit and a real small sieve, grill top end, the fire would melt that, and then all that'll be left is the brass. I'd do that. But, well. And, yeah, then there was another real big electrical cord. What I want to do, though, brass in this, you can smash that. Oh, that's got a screw in it. I could probably pull that one apart. See this here. Steel. Couple pennies that were in these drawers that are pretty old, and a lot of the stuff in there was pre-1980. So if these are copper pennies, they're about 3 cents each in copper. You bastard. And it's basically somebody's garage junk drawer. Oh man, I was hoping that would have been aluminum. I'll go right there. This is a quick process right here. You think? That one I could probably slice open. It's pretty soft. So with that, different time. This should be quick. Steel. All right. And more outlets and a couple switches, which is are going to have silver. And I told the guys, like, yeah, I mean, not going to get rich or retire off of it, but it's better someone get it and take it apart, do something with it, than not. Then it just go to the dump. Yeah, there's a little bit of silver and a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Switches and circuit breakers, those are good for all the metals. All right, fiddle with that a different time. These ones should just come right apart. I mean, if you don't wanna, easily come apart. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there and waste a bunch of time on that. No, all right. A little power supply, crack open for some aluminum and all that other copper and stuff. Piece of brass. Looks like it, feels like it. Steel. Trash. Steel. So this is aluminum. I can separate that good. If not, then it'll still go on as aluminum. Work that. If you've ever seen the movie Phantasm, there you go. It's like a little pinprick thing from the movie Phantasm. Let's put that in here. And this is all just a part of, you got the stuff, it's a couple bins. I don't have the space. Sit here and just have the stuff accumulate, sit around. I can get all processed and then have one. Those are usually stainless. No, some are. Oh yeah, that's one of those. Do that. Cool. What's the switch? Now it's brass. Okay, now I don't have a big old pokey thing trying to poke my fingers. Low voltage cable connector. Made by Toro. So there's going to be brass and that's steel. Free, free, free. All right, so most likely, everything but that. And I tried taking that blade off. I didn't want to be... There's like 3 or 4 more of these in here. Some brand new. Well, I don't want that. I really don't want something sharp like that. I mean, it's all a bunch of metal and sharp anyhow. No, sharp as the blade. That's better. These out. That. And then there's a whole bin. 5, 6, 7, 8 times the size of this. He just kept pointing. I kept looking. I kept grabbing. A penny. Trash. So aluminum on this. Most likely all of it. I got the whole bird feeder down here, and I took some of these bird feeders apart because we had 2 of them. Aluminum. I think these are aluminum. They're heavy. I think they're actually lead. But lead, regular lead in pewter is only 40 or 45 cents. Goes in with aluminum. Some busman fuses. was aluminum. It's not. That's strong. Strong, clean steel. All right, so that's brass. Aluminum. Aluminum. Junk. Brass. Let's see here. All right. So all this all I need to process down. Running out of room. I don't like it like that, but all right. Let's find out what these are. I believe they're steel. Steel. Hopefully aluminum. Nope. Extruded aluminum. Steel. No, that's good enough. That'll go right there. Those ones are steel. This is fiberglass. I don't know. It might be stainless. Bastards. So this has three. I mean, that has the ringing, the chime sound of steel. Deal with that later. Trash. All aluminum until you get to there. Which I might be able to. I got a couple aluminum garden hoses. Okay. So I can cut that off, get that out of the way. I can just break it, but I want to get this chunk of brass. Makes sense, right? Okay. Now I can probably get my snips in here. Oh man, that sits right there. So I need to deal with you later. I gotta flip my blade pretty soon. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get past that. All right. There we go. I mean, I'm gonna get aluminum for it anyhow. Might tinker with that a little more. Just some hedge trimmers. We don't need them. Blades are dull. I mean, they can be sharpened up, but we don't have a need for them. Steel. Some wind chimes and some like outdoor landscape lighting. Bunch of that stuff. Steel and cans, and I can move this box. Now there's the head to that. Got a couple more of those, I think. Now the wire. So that's insulated. All right. That's the small stuff I can check out later. Yeah. Okay. It can't be just those two. So, I'll deal with you later. Got some wind chimes. Probably aluminum. That they are. I only had one to start off with, and then his wife came by and she didn't want him. I was like, all right. Well, that one. So I think I had 3 wind chimes in here. Bigger ones yet. Aluminum. Hey, there's a chain. Yeah, I gotta flip this blade pretty soon, huh? Chunks of aluminum. Not the plastic. Not the steel. There's a chain. Some more dumpster junk. A bunch of insulated for that landscape. There's a couple rolls of this. It's probably 2 pounds in wire. This thing here, maybe. No. All right. Steel. Steel. All steel. Except for this little twisty pivot right there. These ones. And that one. And that. And that one. And that one. Quick aluminum right there. I'm not gonna do that, but let you do this. Oh, yeah. I can do this. No. But me and you. Aluminum. I mean, that was barely magnetic, if at any. This is not. That is. That is. Barely. Rest is aluminum. Steel. Brass. Brass. I'm going to check on those later, just to be sure. And, well, here they are. Like 4 brass and aluminum garden hose thingies. Big piece of brass pipe. So there was a whole brass tubing that was probably 10 feet long. I was acting as like a curtain rod that had these on big drapes. Now, I thought the whole rod was brass. Not, but that butt connector piece is. So cool beans. That's a tin shred right there. Same thing as aluminum. And here's the bag. When he said, hey, come to the garage, and I started looking, I found these things off the rip and then just kept on looking. And I was like, hold on, I got to make a pile. So I got a nice brass slide lock. Well, it's brass enough. No, steel. It's just a good thing to have. One of those old things like that. Double switch. Deal with you later. My other shopping bag. This, I saw that. I was like, oh, heck yeah, that's a nice little chunk of aluminum and everything else. Regulator for something. At least I can get that out of there. Easy Pulse 5+6 oxygen thing. That's brass. I'll have to clip that off of those. Be nice about it. Yeah, do what I can. I have a whole other process stuff later. Those more switches down there. More like smaller switches. That's stuff that's not need to add up. This. Figure that one out some other time. Yeah, this is going to be brass. Deal with all the different day. Process you later. That's just solid brass right there. Actually, that one, I don't think it'd be copper, but it definitely. Yeah, that's got that way too shiny brass. Chances are these are all steel, but let's see. Is it, no, it feels steel. Yep. I used to make those out of aluminum and brass, so I grabbed it, but still free seal. Oh, it's steel anyhow. Oh yeah, for sometimes I hope for the best off the rip before checking and wasting time. Some more tin. Steel. My gadget arms made it. Steel. Now this is like a light like this. There might be some brass in here. Steel, steel, steel. Gotta be some brass to for all that heat. No, all steel, huh? All right. I don't know what this thing is. It's steel. It's trash. Thing of Romex. Put this with the wire that needs stripped. So this is, I believe it's off of an old aluminum door. Yeah. Missing all the good stuff. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if they're not closed to donate and stuff to take back. You know, some places don't give you the option to try stuff on.
Bastards.
Yeah, but you know, keep the tax attached, keep the receipt, and get your money back. But also get another donation coupon while you're at it.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, I was On my way to Good Neighbor, after stopping at a couple stores, drive down the road, I see these little canes and stuff outside. Pick that stuff up, put it in the car, say, hey, hey, some guy comes out of the garage, and next thing I know, I end up with this whole bin of stuff I've already gone through, this vise, all this aluminum. He's like, yeah, whatever's in the garage, and if you want it, take it. I was like, I'm here for the metal. And his wife came by, and we all started going to town. So I gave him my number. Like, hey, if you come across a house that's got, well, let me know.
You might want to think about phrasing there.
Freezing?
Phrasing.
Phrasing?
Yeah. You, him, and his wife all just started going to town.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Like, I mean, I didn't know that was the lifestyle you were going for. I thought you were a, you know, one person kind of guy.
So I got some stuff. Yeah, just interesting. It's actually pretty good stuff too.
So
For like sell.
Yeah.
And then like a $400 or $500 cassette player. Nice Onkyo. But you're cleaning up a bunch of cloth as is.
yeah, and tomorrow she and I, it's a contingency to her being able to have something that I bought her that she really, really wants, but she's not allowed to actually have it until she helps me clean up her room. So we're doing that tomorrow.
Don't tell me. I want to live in suspense too.
Okay.
Does she know what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then you can tell me now.
She picked it. She picked it out, and when I told her I wasn't really looking to spend that kind of money, when we still really needed to go through her room, and you know we both kind of had a sit down talk, and got a little emotional there. So
You guys figured out to get some stuff for her, basically.
yeah, but
And
she
you
doesn't.
got the stuff, and she has to clean the room, and that's what you're doing right now.
Oh no, this is stuff in our room.
Oh.
Those,
Well, her room is sometime.
yeah, that's happening tomorrow. Okay.
So basically, I interrupted you.
No, I came down with the garbage bag and then.
And then I started talking.
Yeah.
But I got a bunch of pretty cool stuff. And a couple bins and a freaking vise. And that's what I'm doing right now.
Nice.
Yep.
Just the strangeness of the fact that I just bought that today, so we don't have to keep using the Pyrex pan.
Oh, cool. More of these chargers.
I will go over and there's a bunch more.
Oh, well, those are sitting in someone's garage for 10 years.
Yeah, part of the reason why I got it is because I figured, you know, if anything happens to that one, worst case scenario, it's scrapped.
Yeah. Thank you, ain't no dummy. So those are going to be a little bit more to get on these parts now that I know. Well.
You probably just need to listen to those checks.
Made an easier way for sure to do that, but these wouldn't be brass because they don't need to have like any germs or anything. And there's going to be a handful of those to go through. Little circuitry. Why they would have steel battery things for something that's going to be outside. That beats me. Doesn't make sense. Okay. There's another one. Another one of these. Now, I could just break right out of that pretty easily. That's something I got to deal with later. Aluminum. Try to get that plastic off sometime. If I can't, then well. Some more of those rings. There's a bunch more of those yet. This thing right here, it's gonna have a little motor and brass and stuff in it. It's a little inflatable thing. Another transformer. I'm the best guess. Yep, some more shred and a little bit of electronics in there. A metal saw that I can definitely use. A steamer. Of course, some cord. Yeah, whatever heating elements in that. Some cleaner stuff. Some more of these things from the lights. Aluminum shred. Some more of that wire. How much of this? Some more of that wire. Aluminum flashlight. Or tin or whatever. Yeah, and chances are it's brass. No, it's steel. I don't think that can get off. I have some long needle those. going in a shred. That cord, almost down at the bottom here. Some tin solder. All this little bits of brass. That just looks like you pop that out like that. That should be pretty easy to go through. Steel stake. Small aluminum thing there. My aluminum bin filled up pretty fast. I just cashed out Wednesday. My last time there was Wednesday. Here we go, free stuff. More of that. One of those other hobby knives. Steel, brass. Don't know, but you know, that looks like I can crack it open. There's something in there. It's a connector for a telecom something. Another little hobby knife. Get those over there. Some more these. Okay. We can get, I believe. Yeah, I gotta take that out. Those pop right out. Okay. Now I have a bin for the trash. That's right there. That's there. Let's see, that's aluminum. That's aluminum. More aluminum. Some more. Brass. Nice. Chances are that's brass. So where did that even go to? It was for a cabinet or something. Yeah, if that was aluminum, it'd be a lot easier to move around. It is not. So, take apart this bigger thing. And those are likely brass. For what they'd be used for as drapes and stuff, you know, they'd have to withstand quite a bit of different things. Temperature variance and germs and a whole bunch of thises and that's. There you go. It's a brass and aluminum motor. I want to take the whole thing, but now that probably wasn't really worth all that. But I had to add a weight of the brass now. That's a bonus. So I'll go as So we can brass aluminum. There we go. Easy to take apart and where it's supposed to. Well, trying to get more. It's freaking flathead. We got electric motor. Or motor, right? Electric motor, yeah. No diaphragm gasket and all that. So I gotta get this stuff cleared out. Oh well. I'm not going to try to tear all that down. So I can either try for that little piece of brass, see if I can get it. I probably won't be able to because I don't have the grabby grab. That's too much grabby grab. Yeah. That'll go in as steel. That'll go in as not gonna be able to get that brass. Not with what I have. There's no little pin. I'll figure that out later. I mean, I could probably just go like that anyhow. I got it as good as I, you know what, I might be able to try it just like this. Yeah. You'll just stay as one. Some solder. So this can be tin. Goes in as aluminum. I don't have a need for solder. And I'm not going to use really, really old solder for anything anyhow. There you go. That's hefty for its size, for its weight. It's like tin lead solder. All right, I gotta put that stuff. At least it's too close now. That's fine. Move this wire. think one more dropped. All right, this should be steel. It is. Okay, steel. That cane, I could take that apart real quick. This cane, take that apart. Steel. Hey, there's my my chain from a magnet right there. It looks like it even has a little piece of brass, a little brass ring around it. Get that cane taken apart. Those will be aluminum. Well, look at that. You know, most of all that, oh, that's aluminum. Most of all that stuff I got, it's already organized. Yeah. All I gotta do is clamp this and get some other clampy clamp things and get a chain for my magnet. Yeah, so that's gonna be that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to easily get all that apart. Brass right there, that's gonna be pressed in there. So that's just gonna be aluminum. I mean, a little bit of brass in it, but oh, okay. Well, you can get it apart. Looks like an Allen. I will tinker with that one as time goes on. That's gonna have to be aluminum. But as good as I could, guys, but okay. A piece of brass. That's probably steel. Yeah. I'm gonna get 50 cents for the aluminum anyhow. I could probably. No. Yeah, but that's the little. Well, it's got a screw for it anyhow. Oh. We'll buy all this now. Could just toss all that in like this. So I've done all this. Oh, for that little bit of brass, I probably lost more than anything else. But I'm a nice guy. And I'm learning. Yeah, just toss a whole cane in. They might deem it. I don't know. Well, I know what I'm talking about. I'm just a newbie, but it seems to be. I'm just going to steal. I'll lose a little bit of something. Well, let's see. No, it's probably going to be aluminum anyhow. I mean, I can see the aluminum, what it looks like right here. There's not much to this thing. Now it just feels like it just has to crack open. Yeah, more aluminum. I don't know what I can do with those just yet. Well, it wants to come undone right there. Those really hex. They are. Get that thing out. It is as simple as just a spring. Okay. Yeah, so that other spring that's in there, that's done. This hooks. Probably. Nope. You'd figure. Be brass. Something outside. I mean, it's brass coated, it looks like. There's one. I mean, I will lose a little bit. Actually, I might have. The train agrees. wonder how well this will work. Moved it. I mean, you couldn't have gone far. Oh, I'll be more careful. That's what it looks like. Let's try to find it in there. It's not too messy yet. There it is. Oh, there's another cane. It's a pretty good looking coil. Another one there. I got a couple of these transformers. That's over there. Right, that's aluminum. That is. A little bit there. I don't know if that's there. Let's put that on with the other ones. With those really, really big really big silver contacts from a massive, like, I don't know that amperage or anything. It was a massive breaker. That panel was 60 pounds. Remember that? What that was all about. Oh, because I have some sort of buried core in that. Okay. I don't want to do that again. Let's take that apart later. Plastic. Brass is all over the place. So that's going to be aluminum. Those I'll think about some other time. Put that over there. I have that other transformer. Ready to get to it? Oh, it's right here. That's biting now. Usually I don't want to do that. Usually I let them go meander, go do their thing. But that one got the best of me. Maybe scared. See what's under this. See if they can get done quick. How long has this been going? About 2 hours. For what I got, I mean, more stuff's got to be done, but fortunately, there's only what, 3, 4 of these. It ain't brass. It's a shred though, non-magnetic like that. 50 cents a pound. What? So those are going to have a bunch of little screws for that board, or 2. Let's see what it is. Yeah. So this is just cut for the wire. Well, I'll do that. Um, wire. That's just a junk board. So those I am in no hurry to do. They will get done. See? That's what I'm talking about. How many were there? 4. Those aren't too bad. Oh, a minute. Shit, that's gonna be real easy now. See what the board's like. A battery. Wire. Junk board. Shred. Yeah, that's not even worth that. No, those ones aren't too bad to do. I got this vise. What else we got? And I can go outside. These can, that can, that can. Is there? Wires off that. I can take that apart. That it's a separate, whole separate bin. Oh, interesting. All right, outside, outside. Yeah, those are tough. Oh, we'll just have to hang out outside for a while. See? Yeah. Oh well. I'll have to look a little better sometime with those. And this stuff. Oh, this. And that. And the weed eater. Just kind of with my memory here. And that thing. Hopefully it'll come apart. Another one of those. Oh well. I will get to you. And there's at least one. Two. Old batteries. Really don't want to have them right there. Aluminum. Let's get this. Toss this down here. And I probably just cut right through and just toss that in. That's all brass. Not so much for this. to you later. That feels like aluminum. Yep. Okay. So far, so good on this one. And that one. Oh, okay. Well, that's already. We go on the motor. And those are steel, but I get I can put in dirty stuff. It doesn't matter on. Ooh, doesn't matter. Zinc, tin, aluminum. All goes in 50 cents. Cast as well. I'm like, well, if you start getting that kind of stuff, we won't worry about the separating. Like, all right, it's close enough in price. A little bit of old tree left. Yay, another one of these things like this. You probably can. There's a screw right here. A couple. And this thing right there. I can't tell. I mean, it might be. Let's try this one. Oh, that's the wrong bit anyhow. Oh, there we go. All right. I knew it wasn't assembled all as one piece. No, it wasn't made with only one thing to make one piece. There's multiple pieces here. It's got to come apart somehow. Maybe that's just a bit more. It is. Okay. Probably. No. And that kind of made more sense. That looks easy to cut. Easy to get that stuff out. That one's brass. I will work to get that one out. And then that's a cast track in there. I will get to that. Sure enough. Huh. Cool. Something for free never hurt. That might be. There's at least another cast one right here. More brass. Yeah, I like to be able to, but some stuff I just don't have the tools for. I could, nah, I don't know. I already sold it. If I'm gonna make a mistake, make it once, make it early. Until I find somebody who can help me out with a lot of this other stuff. Come on, Bruce. Come on. I didn't sell many. I sold probably, well, it's on my first slip for motors. It wasn't many. It was a couple pounds worth.
Really? Oh, really? Sorry. Sorry, Brucey.
My boy, I'll try to kill you.
Oh, no. Never. So there was this big cat roaming around making all kinds of crazy sounds outside.
Black cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the black cat I keep talking about.
Okay, so I finally saw it. So then I started calling to it, and the way it responded, I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if you want to be over here, man.
You turn around and give you attitude?
Yeah.
I'm like, don't interrupt my. And this thing.
I had things to do. And
This is just pressed plastic. Just fusion welding.
what was that?
No.
No.
No, that works.
No. Found the thing I was looking for the other day.
What's that? Oh, well, I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah.
If it helps you out any, I don't recognize seeing it.
It was on the. It was in the door of the fridge. So now it's in the bottom drawer. So that way it can't get knocked out.
poopy head. Here's my arm. I don't have much more steel. A little bit, not much. Motors. Oh yeah, could have. A lot of times. They're not brass. What's that? No, that one would be. Well, I would end up going over and looking them over before I toss them out, or set them for just scrap motor price. That one wants to come out. There you go. Not good now. Well, at least for that one. Those ones are done pretty easily. Those don't look difficult to take apart. Now, how about these? See, that's metal too. Yeah. Brass. Brass. That's switches. There's a whole bunch in here. That is a tear down, take apart another day. These. Let's see. Yeah, that's not coming off that top much. I'll try later, but these can get put up. Try to take those tonight. Stainless. That needs smashed open. If it's going in as aluminum, might as well get this little bit of brass out of it. Try to. I mean, that's not going to fucking matter anyhow. Brass. Brass. And aluminum. Besides that push. Brass. Aluminum. There you go. That's pretty good brass. Disassemblage. I swore I had another one. I swore there were 3. I mean, that's just gonna be aluminum anyhow. Yep. Oh man. This has little bits. I don't have to break my arm for this. I don't know if any bits I have will be that size. We will find out. No. Not that one. No. No. I mean, I bet you probably just cut it and pull it out just as easily. No, I am missing a bit. Oh no, I think that's one that broke. Oh, these. Oh, yeah, that's right. Last one I just did this. Like, I'll just deal with you later. All right, so these, find out once and for all here. When scratching in these, they come back yellow. So those are all brass. I mean, it's not much to it, but it's better than steel, better than aluminum. So at least start to get this taken apart. It's like fireworks. If one will come loose, there's no like gap. Just that thing. I mean, it's gonna take a while to do it like that. It's possible for sure. I got another one. Well, it'll work all the same. Yeah, because that's not really thick copper. I mean, it's not thin copper. Yeah, it's going to take a long time to do that. But it looks like I can peel that apart, though, eventually. These couple things, and that'll be about it. Put the stuff away. Oh, I forgot to. Did I put those in there? Did I forget? Oh, I forgot. Where's the other one? There it is. Easy to probably take these gloves off for. I've got everything with that thing taken apart. Most of all the stuff is separated elsewhere. Brass. Brass. That's a bonus. Still anyway. Why is that so heavy? Steal it. Okay, so this thing chunk of copper in it. There better not be no trash pandas trying to get in. Might just be starting to rain outside. And I was like, ooh, that sound. Can you hear that sound? Sure enough, it's a sound. Oh. So you has this been streaming all this whole time for a while now, a couple hours. Nobody came in. Hello, going. Hello. Yeah. So the story is, I was going out to Avon, so directly north of you, by quite a while. I saw a lot of Medina County plates out there, license plates. So I was headed to. I stopped at the ones in Avon, and then I was going to a store called Good Neighbor. And there was. I already took the canes. The cane you could probably barely wherever they're at. Some canes and an oxygen tank carrier thing that were outside on the curb. I pull in. I turn around. I mean, the thrift store is literally. I leave that driveway. I hit the gas pedal, and then I got to turn left, and I'm in the thrift store. So it's right there. They go, hello, hello, and he's like, yeah, whatever you want, take it, metal, whatever you want, whatever. And I told him about some tapes or about what I sell. And he's like, come here, and he showed me this. I'll show you a couple other things actually. Give me this case of like cassette tapes. There's only a couple of them that are worthwhile, but they're all free cassettes. And I got a really good cassette player. Another one. So it was a whole bunch of little aluminum. Keep in mind that up here at the scrapyard, tin, zinc, and aluminum. And now for me, he said, since I'll be there's like a bigger scale of drop off. Like, oh yeah, if you drop off a couple 100 pounds of cast, it's 55 cents. If you be dropping off things that is like, we'll just do all aluminum. Anyhow, it's all 50 cents a pound for me. Same thing with brass. He's like, yeah, I mean, you're going to have a chunk of contamination, but we'll do 210. If it's all super clean, we might do 220. So it's not really a difference. But just the brass, yeah. These, I got like 6 of these. These came from a massive, probably 400 amp Generac panel. That should be a thumbnail for something or in some picture for something. That was fun to completely tear down with my hands, completely. Everything with my hands. I believe I have a hacksaw in here. I believe I do. I got a vise for free for helping the guy take this off of the workbench. I was like, I don't really want the vise. I won't have a place for it. Yeah. How much is a used vise? That's got to be 40 pounds. I mean, if I was struggling like that, that's going to be like 40 pounds. But, well, let's see here. Let's see if this is... No. So these cassettes, nothing spectacular. I think there's a Linda Ronstadt I looked at. And then this Sony UX Type 2. But this box was free. I will always love you. In this Onkyo. Really, really blinky. Much better end. Much higher. It's missing 2 buttons. It does light up. Without a cassette in it, it wouldn't spin any wheels. Even if it doesn't work, there's still like $300 parts not working, not tested. It lights up. Hopefully it does work. Because this is a nice 3-head. This is called an Onkyo Integra TA2056. And that's probably 15 pounds. That Yamaha I have is probably like 4. This is a nice beefy. Just keep upgrading the equipment. It's all the older stuff. Anyhow. Yeah. Let's see here. That should be fine there. Got a bunch of... These were from Landscape Lighting Transformers. It was all free stuff. At that garage, I got probably 10 pounds of insulated wire. I mean, big spools like this of just that. All that stuff from the lights, that's all going to be tin shred. I mean, they're very, very light. They don't weigh a lot, but it's all tin shred. Aluminum shred. Aluminum, period. That's what it is. And then this has a little bit of copper in here that I just took out. This little spool right here. But this came from the other transformer, so I got to rip this metal off so I can get that, so I can cut that in half, and there's that. These shouldn't be too much of a problem. Still all with hand tools. And I can't find that damn hacksaw. I was like, you know what? I'll take a hacksaw too. I can't find it. It might still be in the car or underneath something. I doubt it. But I cashed out. Got a whole bunch of lights, dual light thingies in the trash, all in a box. There's that little video. If you see, I think it's my most recent video. It's only like 30 seconds. This dumpster was full of those things. So I still have some of them out there. That really occupied a chunk of my time getting most of that stuff processed. And I had to take 2 trips to the scrapyard. $50 for the first time with different steel, just steel, and then the next time some steel and some insulated and some aluminum. I mean, other things, I got all kinds of little bits and pieces of brass from those, a lot of wire, little cutting wire ends, the brass for the all kinds of stuff. And these are much smaller ones, and this is a 3-piece aluminum thing that comes out like that big. It's all aluminum in here. And then there's a little aluminum thing that has a surface mount diode on it that has the wires coming out. I just threw that in with the wire. But these are on here really tight. And I don't have a lot of grip right now from tearing all those other ones apart. But yeah. I have my system for eBay down to not really a whole lot of work a week. And this scrap is endless. It doesn't matter where you can go. I can go two blocks away from where I've never been. Which, aside of that, I've only been in 1 block. It's endless where you could go. And especially if you're just doing it for hobby. So it really doesn't matter if you're spending a lot of time with it. But anyhow. Yeah, I got some more stuff. So I'll be doing a lot of listings tomorrow. I have well over 100 disc media well, if I add all the disc media, it's probably close to 150. The disc media between DVDs, video games, a couple softwares in there, some actual CDs, and that's at least 4,000, maybe 5. And I have some number one copper over here, or number one Bear Bright, or whatever it is. It's Bear Bright and just a little darker than Bear Bright. It's not like this red orange color. I've talked to places already. Talked to somebody the other day to get stuff. A thrift store in Streetsboro called Amelia's. So I thought different than of what the story actually is. So I thought the owner of Amelia's, Erin, I thought she was done selling because the owner of the actual property where she was at sold the building. So I thought Erin was done selling, but apparently she isn't. So I go back down to Streetsboro, which I haven't been since September of last year, and the Goodwill is no longer there, but right beside the Goodwill is where Amelia's is. So I talked to the girl who was working there. She goes, "Yeah, we can collect some stuff for you." Cool. I'll be there the last Wednesday of each month. Cool. More brass. Yeah, look at these nice silver contacts from those big old Generac service. And this whole thing is filled with these, like this size and that size, and there's a different kind. And that. I know a person who's supposed to help me someday. I know a person. And then all these little fuses, these copper upholstery things, they're not brass. Too easy to manipulate to be brass. Some pennies that were in the drawers where all this older stuff is, which I could probably best guess these pennies are 1982 or older. And if none are, then I got a couple pennies. If some are, then I got 10 cents of copper. And these are all just different fuses. Like just when I get a whole bunch of brass, I just toss all that in. Figure that out then. Actually, in 1982 is the first one. These all look, and I can't see them. They're so fucking dirty. I can't see them. So how much is a used vise, right? So I ended up pretty good on more free stuff. This stream it says it's an hour 20. Great. It's doing that reset thing again. As long as I'm not doing this until midnight. Yeah, you know what? I probably could. Since I need the room and the aluminum container down here, which is not much, 10 pounds, but I just emptied it Wednesday. I saw some aluminum I gotta cut down from some AC or something. Somebody threw it in the trash, so I took it out, cut it up before I cashed out the other day. But I need to take a break here because sometimes I just don't. I can go in there. Should have probably took it out, so I was out there. These all come with a bare bright ground. Remember, they're in my bare bright container. Yeah, what else did I get? That was a sealed container of Romex. So split that, and we'll just have that nice piece right there, and can strip those ones right there. And some other bigger wire that needs done. These bigger wires, you cut down and stripped. I don't have a stripper that big. All mine is just simple wire stripper. You cut and just pull it up. I'm gonna have to stop by somewhere. If I can get these done for the rest of the night, then that's cool. And I have like a half of an I-beam type thing, a channeled length, so like a C channel or I don't know, a U channel piece of steel down there that's probably like this wide. That if I get the right bolts, I could bolt that. I'll take it to my brother. He's got all that down at his place. Bolt that down. And then all I would need. Yeah, it'll be a vise bolted on a heavy clump of steel is what it'll end up being. And then it could be put elsewhere. At least it could be put to use. I can even use it just like that. It just won't be as easy because it's not stable and level. But it's a vise. It's not like, well, it's not bolted down and you can never use it. No, I can still use it for sure. And there's things that I can use it for that I watched, like taking those different the transformers. And I might have one in there. I think you know what I'm talking about. You just vise it down and it opens up the jaw and you can slide out the thing like the one I just cut open. So these aren't that bad. Where's my steel bit? Yeah, I tried to limit the amount of steel that I got there because I knew it was gonna, but still got some. Some I thought was aluminum, actually turned out to be steel. Or not aluminum, brass. I thought it was a whole brass pipe. I thought it was like 10 feet of this. This is brass. It's not magnetic. I thought it was like 10 feet of this. Which would have been great because that thing's probably 10 pounds on its own. Nope. Live and learn. All right, so those I probably won't need. I will need these. Most likely not for that. I can go back. Those maybe. These, yes. The flathead, yes. Yep. I should have 2 ratchets out here too. So you're right, yes. Ask around. People will give you free stuff. No one bites you. Take whatever you want. You know what? While you're here, and I'm giving you free stuff. Can you help me with something? Sure. I'm going to be here anyhow. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special. I don't know if you ever watch, there's a black guy who goes around and does street performances with his guitar. It's called like Sing a Song With Me or something. And there was one that he did down in, I think it was like the New York subway or something. This guy saying Radiohead, Creep. Guitar Man 5000, I think is what the channel's called. That guy belts it for being a subway singer. He belts it. For just singing in the subway. Okay. Hey, why did you do that? And then Sunday, I can go back out and go do the same route. Literally, I'll leave here. I take a right. Well, I leave here and go straight across the street, and there's a plaza that's got like 10 dumpsters over there. That was my first plaza dumpster run trip then. And then this past weekend, I was like, you know what? I actually had to come back so I can get tools, so I can get some, they turned out being cast, locks off of windows. And then I just went down the road, crossed the tracks, turned left on East, and there's a whole bunch of businesses back there. Oh, I don't want that one. I want on there. And I got a whole bunch of chunkies. Well, to me, chunky. Especially 200 of basically one thing. And I did my timing in my live, and it was like, I was able to get like 15 done in an hour. Whatever the timing was. Get them the back's taken apart, the wires cut, or whatever deed. Get the wires cut, all the little pieces of parts separated, and put in big bins neatly enough to where I could fit 10 in the big bin. I was able to just crank a bunch out, and I filled out five or six more bins. Load into the scrapyard at like 9 o'clock. Filled up 5 or 6 more. Went back and took the insulated and the aluminum. Yeah, a little free labor. I mean, that was just for this instance, but someone was like, "Oh yeah, if you want to come here and look at this, feel free to move that box. Feel free to do that. Go to do it." So I mean, it's labor. But when you're, as I noticed, when you're in front of someone and they're like, "Oh, that's what you do? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you can go there, do this, do this, do this, do this. Like whatever you want me to take, tell me. And if I doubt, which I'll ask. Yeah. I mean, I see like Thub, every once in a while people, but that's Canada and their attitude and stuff. But either way, I'm quite surprised. Quite surprised. And then these are on here real tight, so I gotta hold them down. I really don't have a lot of hand strength as like I did when I first started tearing all those lights apart because my hands just wore down. When I could find the time to meet up a wire stripper, but it works, yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of what. I mean, if you have a drill wire strip, what I have down here probably take like 6 minutes. I mean, it's not a lot. I can hold everything in one hand, but maybe a little more. But that, indeed. And the silver, I'm not worried about that. We could talk about that some other time. This one here, this came from a fan. I cut all these half ones trying to yank them out. None of these are moving. They are super stiff. So I'm going to have to put this in the sun. But unless we meet up before that, I need a good idea to be able to loosen these. And I tried just clipping on a few to yank them out, but they broke. Just to loosen up a couple. But there's going to be a lot of work just to yank all that out. But I'm sure that you're like, oh, I know how. There's going to be a lot of... I got some transformers that are like this. That are outside. The size of the base of one of these. It's like this big. Came from that big Generac thing. But my big come up is that vise. These ones, no. The just the regular, like the light fixtures for a mass construction of a hotel or an office building, they all have the exact same fixture. That's pretty much what that is. And they are, it's maybe not these ones are just way too small. It is this size. 16 maybe. So I'll just cut the ends for that. I'm not going to strip all that. The other stuff I have, 14 on and bigger in solid core, I keep. And we'll get figured out what to do with it some other day. But all that simple 16/8, no, I don't bother with that. I can't. It's extra money, yeah. But I'm not at this for the tons and tons of money. Don't have the room to accommodate it, and that's a good thing. So, little transformers like this. Those are about the only things, anything much of any bigger. Yeah, it's got to go on transformer. Aside of that, those can go in with wire, they said. Not those ones. You got to de-wire all those. Not a whole lot. It's probably like 8 ounces of brass hooks from that pipe I was telling you about. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, I'll probably end up having to have to go again on Tuesday. I won't have to because I won't have all that stuff taken apart, but it'll be 2 weeks. And if I find stuff in this amount of frequency and quantity to justify, if I can get a bunch of bins in the truck and double stack the back with smaller bins with like wire and aluminum, and I can get a chunk in there and fill up most of it, I'll go. If I can have 1,000 pounds of cargo, I'll go. I'm not really, but I've got to fill up a bunch of these bins. The last time total for 2 trips a couple days ago was $132. My first, or 133. My first time selling, which was the beginning of this month, was 132. So I just goes to show us the same amount. Well, not really. But those light fixtures, since they have all the sconce arms and stuff, when you go to put them in a bin, they don't tetraswell. So a bin weighed like 30 pounds, when otherwise those bins should weigh 80 pounds. I'm not arguing. I got paid for it. Not retiring on it, but I'll tell you, I think it'd be nice to just be able to walk around and find some stuff and do a little work here and there and then go cash out once every couple of weeks for 100, 150 bucks. And be like, yep, there you go. I played around with stuff for a little while. Now pay me. Oops. And then there's those people who do it professionally, who would probably just slice this off right here and this has a top part as well. I already took out. So it'd be like this tall. They probably just cut that right there and just sell that as straight up aluminum. And then the rest is steel and might cut out the wire. I don't know. But everybody has their patience level. And I'm just starting, and I'm tearing it up as I can. But how much for a 40-pound used vise? You gotta the wrong way. In it, you see that slack? There's almost none, and that's not shut all the way, right? You did that, so I kind of see on. There was no slack on that jaw. A little. Yeah. So nice tight jaw. Yummy. I got it for free. I'm gonna need one. The hacksaw, I know I got one there. It must have bounced and went elsewhere. Yeah, and I also got a lawn chair that I thought was aluminum. Bring it here and put the magnet. Just make sure. No, it's steel. Yeah, it's like my arm right here. Oof. From taking apart 150 of these things, not these ones, the dual light ones that are like 2 feet wide. I was barely moving my arm. I didn't go anywhere the next day because my arms hurt. I didn't want to drive and have my arms hurt like that in my hands. You just never know when you need that one muscle that one time to avoid dying. If you listen to any of my eBay videos, you'll pick up on that. If I don't have to drive because of weather, because of rain, because of snow, sleet, wind, hail, tornado, it's super freaking hot. I don't. That's the joy of what I do. I'm not living a lap of luxury by any means, but I get to go where I want to go. I get to go where you go. Go where you home. That's comfort. Yeah, let's see. Oh, this other thing right here. I'm not going to take it out because it's all tucked in here nice and neat. This chunk of copper. So it has this lighter colored copper on it. And then this copper. And then there was a couple more pieces in there inside of this tube that I just put in there to save space. And this other one, I was in the trash. To me, if I find chunks like that, and I don't know if you know of like the door pistons for like the heavy doors for businesses or the cast aluminum. So I found one of those, and I talked to the guy up here. He's like, "No, I'll just put it in as aluminum, although it's got steel in it. We'll give you." That's where it came up, was like, if you're gonna have different oddball stuff like this, it's easier for us to just give you 50 cents a pound for aluminum, and you can have more contamination. Okay, cool. I barely understood what you meant because this is my second time at the yard. I mean, I knew what he meant. So, I mean, brass. Like, there's another piece up here that's got tape all over it. I could just turn that in as brass, even with all the tape. At $2.10 a pound, the brass they're not worried about. So I'm learning, and that's why they say in videos, different people, different scrappers talk to your yard, see what they will do. And that's what mine does up here. 50 cents for zinc, aluminum, and cast and tin. $2.10 for brass, unless I bring in a big chunk, in which he didn't say an amount. That makes sense. I mean, the first part, it's not. I don't know who Alan Matthews is. Probably another scrapper that's well known, I suppose. Um, yeah, really don't go or know much of that mantra. I understand the point. I mean, I can say I want a whole truckload of stuff, but it's just, oh, now I get it. You wait until, is the point is to wait until you actually cash out, until you have enough to cash out. There actually, so it's multi pronged on what that means, at least to me. I was like, you don't, I know what you mean. Any little aphorism that helps anyone is always welcome. And then, I got this bucket of, this container of all kinds of switches, a bunch with like bits and pieces of brass and different switches just from taking all that stuff apart. And then these things right here, I think there's like 6 of these. So these have these chunky silver on it, but this is all brass. And I think maybe this is steel. That's a non-magnetic. And then the wire, but I don't have anything to. I know someone who might be able to help me get, cut that down. But there's like 8 or 10 of those. When I get bored, I'll just continue to just process stuff down and just kind of learn. Learn, grasshopper. Learn. It's strange because I just saw a DVD set for Kung Fu with Carradine. Grasshopper. At the thrift store. I didn't see a grasshopper at the thrift store. Actually, I'm actively looking for like those brass ornaments, like the grasshoppers and the beetles and the horses and stuff that are like a pound. If they have them for, $1, I'll buy wisely, logistically, and soundly. Buy something like that. You're not going to find much of any copper out in thrift stores just sitting out, but you'll definitely find little bits, pieces of brass. So you could ask people at yard sales. People are like, it's going to yard sale season. I'm thinking, it's like, no, it's going into, I'm getting a bunch of stuff for free season. That's what's happening. Yes, indeed, did. Yeah, almost all these containers are empty besides the brass. Oh, I don't know why I did that because I need to take this out. So bites. So with anything, you start off here. You start off small. I don't want to make this into anything big. It's like today, just at that guy's garage, it's just basically 2 30-gallon bins worth of stuff. I'm not going to turn it down. And this is still just leftover. The easy stuff that's easy to separate and go take up in the scrapyard is a completely different story than having to continue to process down. But thanks for coming back. Actually, I have some interesting boards you might be able to tell me about. One is this thing here. I have the package for it somewhere. It's like some sort of telecommunication thing, and there are ICs on there, but these pins come right up with it. So when they started doing that, I just stopped with the rest of them. So that might be a big chunk of IC. This goes to one of those Generac things. And the same thing with this one. Right, so that has all these little ICs on it, all this brass, all these gold connectors, and I kept these transformers on here just because I don't know what to do with them. I need to consult with someone more professional, more knowledgeable than me. And you can't see him because his phone isn't like broadcasting in good condition or good quality. But if it's like, no, just go ahead and process all that down, I will. But in the meantime, I did cut off a bunch of ICs. A couple weeks ago, right? So I did cut a bunch off. And those boards are pretty much, yes, those are just junk bottom of the barrel 50 cents a pound boards. So when I get bored enough, I'll do stuff like I'll just it's like, well, that's gonna need done, that's gonna need done. Shit, I need more space. Well, I gotta process more stuff down. Best way how to make more money in the scrapping world is to keep processing it down. It's gonna take time, but you'll make a few extra bucks. Same thing, I jumped on another scrapper channel, I forget what it is, and he's saying something about the prices he gets for the metal, but he separates a lot. Like dirty white brass, dirty yellow brass, clean red brass, and all that because of the yard he has near him. And he's like, you should call around and get your extra prices and so on. So it's not up here at the one I go to in Painesville. The one in Willoughby is a little less on something and a little more on something. The one up here, it's less work. And it could just go in a container of brass. It can go in a container of aluminum. It can go in a container of steel, and I'm done. And that gives me more time to keep going through stuff. But for someone like you and many others who do it professionally, full-time wise, you know where your boundaries are, your thresholds are, your cutoff points, your if I keep doing this and the juice isn't going to be worth the squeeze type stuff. But to me, they're like, oh yeah, just put it all in one and save you time, and you can have more mixed stuff in there. Cool. Because then I can just come home and be like, instead of setting it on the table and having to pick apart all kinds of other little stuff. I do me, you do you. We're all scrappers on YouTube with a great big butt and a big fat and a bit and a hump. No. Don't take my song. As I used to say a while ago, to each their own. Let bygones be bygones. But, well, bygones be bygones is a completely different aspect. That means just kind of let things pass. No need to bring it back up. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. And it feels more refreshing to take this stuff apart as opposed to sitting there and watching someone play video games on YouTube. Or this, it just, I know that each action I'm doing, I'm getting paid for it. Eventually, I'll get paid for it. It's not a lot. Is Lieutenant Colonel John Shepard from Stargate Atlantis says, stay positive. Be stoic. I'm enjoying my midlife crisis. Seriously, that's what I'm calling. It's like, why would I get a nice bike, that Univega? I got gloves today. But I got gloves. Now I feel a little better to ride. I might actually do that tomorrow. Go right up to the bike shop so I can get water bottles, a saddle bag goes under the saddle for like an extra tube and stuff, and quick tools. Specific riding shorts. Why else would I? Well, I mean, I do sell physical media, but why else would I keep upgrading my audio system, which I otherwise never really had an audio system for fucking 20 years? Midlife crisis. Enjoy try to get the things that you either enjoyed or didn't have quite as good of. You got this old Tin Man oiler. I thought that was brass, but it's not. It's a brass coated steel, but that I'm going to keep. Mid-grade. So regardless, it's not going to be anything valuable until I tear all the brass and all the... These capacitors are way too small, or resistors are too small for me to get. But there's probably 20 brass connector ends down here. That one underneath all this. No, let's see if these are... That's steel in here. That's attracting right to that. But this is all brass. Brass. Battery's going to die. When it dies, the stream will completely end. Brass. Probably gold plated on here. This has that gel. I should still be able to get those up. Now yank those transformers off. Cool. I mean, there's other boards when we cross paths. But I will for any of them that aren't like that dark blue, if I remember right, like the dark blue and anything but the common like military color greens and browns. All that stuff stripped down. And if I do make a mistake, it's not like I made a mistake and I lost $1 million on something. That stuff will be stripped down. And when we finally cross paths, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, that's going to be a higher board. You lost 16 cents by doing what you did with that one. I'm like, all right, I'm learning. And then the silver, yeah. That's thick brass, man. I don't have snips. I may have to end up getting a Dremel. I wanted to stay away from power tools because I just want it to be that to show anyone who may come across this. It's like a message in a bottle that says, look, I started with nothing but these, literally these, my iFixit kit, and maybe a couple snips and some Allens in my whole tool chest. And I just picked up some other stuff, and I want to make it to like, look, man, you may end up having to have to save some stuff and get all that bigger stuff done some other time, but you could still make money by just basic hand tools. But I may have to get a Dremel just for, you know, a lot of the other stuff. I mean, I wouldn't want to put that stuff in a vise and do that with 60, 70 brass ends just to cut off that little bit of silver. You gotta know when to hold them. Know when to know them. That's KNOW. No. Know when to know. N-O. Know when to know them. You better count your winnings. So ultimately, like, yeah, I'm not. If I could go to a scrapyard twice a month, and if going to one scrapyard, I could have made $5 more out of that $10. I'm not worried about that. It's like people who love to volunteer their time. They don't care. I just like, as of right now, I like doing this. And the prices seem to be fair, and for what the amount of work is that I have to do, seems to be fair. Bear Brake's Bear Brake's $3.90, and all other I think is $3.30. All other copper. So it's either $3.90 for the clean Bear Brake, or everything else is $3.30. No other separating involved. $8 a pound for what? I'm not bothering the boards right now, so that really doesn't matter. I mean, for the high end boards, so then if there's anything that's clippable out of a board that's $8 a pound, that you would get less for by that component or that material metal itself, you keep it on there. And in that case, the only one would be the gold flashing boards. You keep everything on those, and you cut off the ICs off of any board besides the gold ones, if I remember correctly. And I believe we had discussed this like a month ago, maybe. And they're like, yeah, that sounds about right, something like that. And then I have those memory cards. They're back over here. So I went back through. Yeah, that's probably 8-10 ounces, maybe. Some more memory cards in there. Some SIM cards. Bunch of memory card boards. I mean, this memory card board right here has 2 ICs on it, a gold finger board. So this is maybe you gotta cut that off sometime. But it's not taking up any room. Get the chunk of stuff out of here. Getting this chunk of stuff processed down. That's the no, it's right there. That's the test. So there's this big summer beetle been flying around in here. Yeah, I mean, I'm in no hurry. What is no? I'll just call you by ES. I'm in no hurry to go down to board sort. It's not like, but if I end up with two 30-gallon bins, like no, it's time to get down there. I mean, they're down here. They're not taking up much room, but I'm in no hurry right now. Same thing with the gold, not the gold, the silver. No hurry. The stripping of the wire. What's the worst going to happen? It just piles up, and the price of copper keeps going up during that time while I'm saving it. Oh, you're screwing yourself. I said in a lot of my first live streams, when I first got like a bunch of stuff around here and I just started tearing stuff down, I was like, I don't know, I may just get a bin and just put it on a shelf and sell all the copper 10 years, not realizing how quick it added up. Yeah, I'll just sell all this 10 years from now when copper is, $19 or whatever, $9 a pound at scrap. Who knows what it'll be then? Oh yeah, that's aluminum too. They came off a electric hedge cutter, small, one of those. Oh, well, we have raccoons coming through here. There's a baby raccoon that's like this big, and so I can. There's a crossbar for this sliding glass door, so I can keep the door open like that. But our cats, if they're out when we go to bed, I have to keep the window open, and I can jam it with like a roll of wallpaper. But this baby raccoon can still get itself through this, and it's been caught a couple days when I was streaming. They came in right here, and it stopped. And I'm like, "What are you doing? Get out of here!" And it just came walking right in. They had no idea I was here because I'm covered up by all this stuff. I'm like, get out of here. Yeah, they break in, and not much we can do. I mean, they're going to come here. They're going to eat a couple handfuls of food, steal a granola bar. They took a granola bar from wherever they got this one from. I got like multiple boxes around the apartment. Like, nah, man, I don't want peanuts today. Little bandits. We had an outdoor cat. It was a nice gray one. You'd have to refer to videos before the great freeze of this year. And he'd be out here every single morning. And then one day after the great freeze, he came in with this big burst abscess. And I mean, the amount of skin that was about the size of my hand. And I was able to add some A&D a couple times, and then he has been back since. So my hoping is that stray cats will wander all over the place. This isn't the only apartment they went to. There's $500,000 houses right behind where I live at. My thinking is somebody saw him and took him in and took him to the vet, hoping. If not, then infection got the best of him. But we named him Bandit because he would break in through that window at night when we were sleeping, come in here. And every once in a while he would come in. And now there's this black cat. We've got 4 black cats. Now there's this black cat that wanders around giving its little mating call. All of our cats are fixed. And then I have this stray poopy black cat. And then that'll hang out for a while. Then another stray will come by. For the noise it made. Was it a big horsefly or big beetle or something? Yeah, I like clipping these wire ends, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna get $1 a pound, or I could spend 6 seconds and turn that wee little bit into 3 times as much. The joy of math. How'd you figure that out? Yeah, I gotta get a bunch of stuff listed this week. And last week's payout was pretty good. This week has been dog. And I mean, in part, that's because I've been tearing these freaking things apart. But I still got 23 or 26, whatever. 20, mid 20 something listings done of books and like 40 something DVDs like the other day. Still getting stuff up. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if the place up here they actually paid for better separation, but they're my they didn't imply it by words, and they didn't explicate it either. But I think they prefer a bulk, like someone selling 500 pounds of brass or something. I don't know. I don't feel duped or done wrong. They're still fair prices. But I also like the fact, like, no, just mix it all together, dude. Make it easy on you. Whichever. I don't know. They'll go through that. They'll pick out the good stuff that they could quickly see and sort out. I don't care. What do you think I do for a living? I buy stuff for way cheaper, and I sell it for more money. The same thing they're doing. Hold on a minute now. Are you telling me that that's the way on how business works? Yeah. I mean, if you feel like you're getting ripped off because somebody charged you for something more than what they paid for, then you probably don't belong on this planet. Because, as Bruce Hornsby says, that's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Huh, Bruce? Really? No, you're not even Bruce or Rigby. Thanks. I mean, there's definitely a lot of resellers out there. I've been at it for a long time, decades. I think I went over part of the story. So I got in a car accident back in '96, smashed a 1979 Thunderbird into a tree at about 60 miles an hour, broke my jaw, fucked up my face. Decades later, a lot of dental problems. I wasn't paying more money for crowns and other things like that. So then I eventually just had implants. So my top is the final zirconia. So there's 6 implants up here, 6 implants on the bottom. And on the 27th, I get my new second temporary appliance denture for the bottom. I started selling way back when ago, when it was auction web. And it was never like anything full time or anything like that. I have to find my smaller magnet. I prefer to, instead of using that steel anyhow. That's brass. I have a little container. There it is. Fuses. So I started selling back then, and 6 years ago, a little under 6 years ago. Yeah, and as a reseller, you watch other resellers on YouTube and stuff. This stream's going to die pretty soon. And I stayed away from. I used to do a lot of electronics, better electronics, nothing quite like this stuff here, but smaller electronics, smaller things, but way less than a pound. It was easier to package, easier to ship. And almost 6 years ago, I got into physical media, and I watched a couple channels, and one of them is My Boring Reseller Life. And he probably has 100,000 things listed, and he sells $1,000 to $1,500 a day in just physical, mainly just CDs and cassettes. Now I do a lot of forms of physical media, mainly disc media. I will do cartridge games, computer stuff, video games, CDs, audiobooks, DVDs, instructionals, all that stuff. And books, it's all right there. It all ships for the same price. All the packaging materials are about the same. And last year was 108,000 gross. And I said throughout a lot of my eBay videos, I was like, hey, I pretty much, eBay is 25, 30 hours a week. I mean, I went from, you're in Medina. Okay, so I'm in Menor, right? Basically, if you type in Menor on Google Maps, right where you see the word Menor for the city, I am right above the T. And you go from there, and I went all the way to Avon, to Sheffield, prior to Sheffield Lake today. And I spent, there's my magnet. And I spent more time getting stuff from that guy's garage than I did at thrift stores. I even passed some thrift stores up. One Savers that I love to go to, but someone else in another thrift store was like, no, if you're going to go there now, you're going to be stuck in traffic because it's a mess because of construction. Cool, thanks. I'm not going there. But anyhow, longer story shorter, physical media, and I say it in some of those videos. And I changed basically my schedule on how I do things. And I'll get to that in a second. But physical media, it's everywhere. It's cheap. It's easy to work with. It sells fast. Reminds me of your mom. So the change on my post, I just have a lot of videos up. And getting that chunk of stuff, all those lights and stuff, knowing how much time was involved. I mean, still, each of those was probably $1.50 in scrap, and I was getting 15 done an hour. That's pretty good. To my understanding, pretty good in the scrapping world. And that's not even really being organized. I mean, if I had a whole... the truck was loaded up, and I just pulled it into the garage, and I just reached in the truck and plopped it right there, processed it, and had everything, all the bins where everything needed to go right then and there. Yeah, I probably even get more done. But I saw that, I'm like, that's a lot of money right there. There's probably $250 of just scrap metal that's going to take 10, 12, 15 hours to go through. Brunswick, yes. And so some of the teardown, I mean, the amount of gold and all that, it's probably for scrap, it's probably only $3-4 straight up after torn, unless it's better stuff, unless you find, I don't know exactly. You know that much better than I do. I can't imagine there to be a whole lot of gold, but there could just be those. I don't know. I mean, you know what you do. So there's a couple thrift stores. There's the Goodwill up in Hickory Plaza, and then the Volunteers of America there, right beside right beside that. And the VOA, they get a computer every once in a while. They'll have a computer out. Every once in a while, they'll have one out there. Every once in a while. But I mean, I don't go there looking for computers. Yeah, I know those thrift stores. I get those. I was just no, it's been a couple weeks. Maybe it was last time when you were in here in a stream. I probably just got back from Brunswick, where I said I was just there a couple days ago. And all those little switches are just going to have like a little tab in them, are going to have little bits of silver. They'll all get taken apart. And all that is, you just got to crack it open, take that little tab. VOA, yeah. VOA used to be in right across from the school, which would be north from their current location. And they were there for many years. More aluminum. One of those. These would have been processed down if I wasn't yammering on. But talking is what makes that go a little faster. Yeah, I get there. I have no idea when this phone's. I mean, I can get my battery pack. I don't want to because I've been at this since probably 8. I don't know because the timer reset. Regardless, stuff is getting done. Yeah, I worked. I lived out there in Medina on Huntington Place Apartments. The place, the guy who did the work on my Univega lives down on King's Court in Medina behind. Is that the Walmart? And then I used to live on Ledgewood in the condos there way when ago. 98, 99. Yeah, a couple of, I mean, I need to get another pair of bigger snips. I'm going to get Klein. My brother recommended it. The electrician who lives on the other building recommended it. Because if you only want to buy them once, and then some smaller snips, since I broke my other ones. A small hobby hacksaw. Because they say for doorknobs, where I have the doorknob around here somewhere, that if I can get the steel shank out, or I can just watch a video, learn how to take them apart. If I can get the steel shank out, they'll give me aluminum for them. Because the innards is going to be aluminum, a little bit of steel, and brass. Oh no, they said they'll give me iron and brass, which is 75 cents a pound or something. But basically, all I gotta do is just sit there and just really look at it, figure it out. And as soon as you get it one time, you do it one time, sometimes twice. You know how to do it from that point on. Yeah, just at the Medina Habitat Humanity. And that's where I got those Sony speakers at, actually. And then I just picked up a couple more Sony speakers yesterday at Goodwill in Talmadge. So yeah, that's tomorrow when I get up and I start doing some work for pictures and stuff. I'll connect that tape player, make sure it works. The wheels didn't turn because it didn't have a cassette in it, I guess. They said they didn't have any cassettes. I'm like, you've had cassette. Well, we don't have any now. I'm like, whatever. If it doesn't work, it's still like $300 parts. Parts not working. And while I do that, I could test my Tascam TIAC, my TIAC Tascam cassette player. That's an old school professional editor player, mixer, 4-channel mixing deck. Paid $100 for that, but that's still like $300-400 as parts not working too. Yeah, for your and I can go into all different types of stores, and I'm gonna have 8 stores on a route, and I only get stuff in 4. That's just on how the stores can be. I always try to find at least 2 things, and I'm not going to stand in line, even if it's just me, for one $15 CD. If it's like $40-50, yeah, I will. But it's pretty rare that I leave a thrift store without something. I'm still looking for a meat cleaver. I broke my other one. That's the main thing. Boy, those things are not easy to find. I figure I probably asked and looked around in maybe 30 plus thrift stores. I'll find one eventually. And all that stuff is going to do is just add up. I wish there was a gap right here to where I could clip just a little. And I'll be able to just work my way through it. Yeah, this one scrapping channel, he said is, and I watched, he got like a whole bunch of bank vault doors with a bunch of yellow brass and aluminum and red brass and stuff. Newer channel, a couple hundred subscribers or something. You know how YouTube does. Like, oh, you watched a couple. Hey, this is down your alley. From another train. Yeah, when I look over and I see this starting to swirl, that lets me in the corner of my eye. Lets me know my battery died. It's coming up. Same thing I've been doing my work lately. I'll put 5 discs in the CD player, whatever it may be, and when those are done playing, my work should probably be done. Because even if they're 70 minutes each, it's 350 minutes. It's 5 hours. My eBay work should be done within 5 hours. And that's getting up minimum 1,000, 1,200 worth of stuff. Pictures posted and at least put on the shelf. Well, package the stuff that needs packaged. When that's done, then I relax for 10, 15 minutes. Kind of start mentally prepping on what needs done. Get my stack ready of whatever I want to get pictures of. Organize that how I need it organized. I mean, I'm not like organizing alphabetically, just are they multi-discs? Are they open? Are they video games? You know, just make it easier to where I don't have to change category and change a lot of stuff when I'm making the listing. Get all those pictures. Take another break because it takes a while to get, you know, to upload all 100 plus whatever the amount of pictures are. And when the first one comes up, I already have that first listing ready as I'm waiting for the pictures to finish. As soon as it's uploaded, unzip that file and put the first picture in and put the pictures in, hit list. And then when all my listings are done, I'll wait a little, you know, like 5 minutes, everything kicks in. And then I'll go in and I'll put everything in a specific sale bracket, how I do. And then when everything's on sale, I'll add best offer. My job is done. And then the next part of the job is, do I want to go out and go find stuff? Yes or no? And I already have plenty of inventory from the different houses that I went to last week. So as long as I have inventory, and I'm doing my daily job of getting some listings done. For buying video games, I mean, I don't. I will. I mean, I have some Dreamcast games I just got for 60 cents each, 90 cents. Some PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 that I just get and however I get them. I'm not actively out looking for them. PC games. It's disc media. And I'll get it. Cartridge. Yeah, I mean, I don't find a lot of cartridge stuff. But it's all either audio or visually consumed forms of media. Basically, how I say it is like, if you can hold it in your hand and if it has information, that's physical media. At least I only have, well, I got a handful of these. Yeah. Resell on eBay. It's a legit thing. Some people can do real well and some people not so much. Some people stress for 60, 70, 80 hours a week trying to get $400 in sales. I say it and I'll say it enough, and I don't say it enough. Structure and system. If you have See, I think that's just spinning this little top hat. If you have a structure in something, whatever it is, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to start doing stuff at 9:30. When it doesn't have to be absolute and concrete. This is my structures. I'm going to get 20 things up. This, that, this, that. That's a goal, a structure. And the structure is the actual physical implementation of the things, of doing them. If you have structure to start doing something, then you have a system. And as long as you're structured at doing something, and like I put in my post the other day, Henry Ford, if you're always doing, or if you continue to do what you've always done, you'll always get what you always got. Embrace change. Do something a little different. Maximize productivity. If you're always doing the same thing, you're always going to get the same result. So I changed up a little. I'm like, you know what? I'll start doing, since I have to break this stuff down so it doesn't stay on the back patio. I'll change eBay up because I don't have to make daily what sold videos. I don't have to do this and do that. There's enough information in my videos that somebody should be able to learn something. And as long as I can get not as much money, but free money. Free money is better than spent money. Cost of goods money. This stuff here, I can get this stuff for free and it's 100% absolutely guaranteed to make me money. There's a beetle. Yeah, sure. Yeah, as long as I got stuff to take part, I'll go live. I mean, I'll be going live probably tomorrow. I don't know. Most of my YouTube will be live. Because editing just takes up time. Alright, well, if you're already gone, oh well. If not, then cool. Sleep well. I will be here tomorrow. Packing the house with my great comedy show. Oh. Okay, well, that one. Man, I got so many little loose piece of parts down here. Stuff that just gets away and ends up over there. How many more do I have? 5. All right, get this little bit of a mess out. Alright, I'm back. Yay, go me. I bet you I can. let's see. I'm going to do something a little different for now. Oh, does that help out any? But that do. That took a little more effort, but no power tools. Okay. That was easier. Steel. Makes that little chunk's done. Come on. Welcome, Bruce. Now then, go eat. Bruce is always a talky. Gotta talk all the time. And let everybody know he's here. That's a super duper big. Oh, are you sneaking up on Drac? Bruce is down here eating like he's never eaten before. That's how he eats anyhow. 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So if the phone dies, oh well, I'll finish these up, but I'm just gonna keep going until the phone dies. Oh yeah, those pennies. Oh yeah, this damn thing. Okay, well I heard you fall right here. I mean, it did go into brass, so that wouldn't matter. Oh, I feel you, Bruce. Take a little break. Oh, that was a fucking deal to break that. Sweet. Oh, even sweeter. That leaves me a gap. If I can get through that. Well, I can do that. Oh, those are right there. That's just brass anyhow. It wasn't that bad. Okay, so not as big as the gap.